Hello, hello. Welcome back to the stream. Gonna be jumping into some more animation this time around. Alright. Let me just look over everything real quick. Make sure everything's looking good. I'm going back and forth on the thumbnail. I don't know if I should do something pre-rendered like I currently have, or if I should do something more of a work in progress. Hey, see you guys in the chat. Welcome. Let me go ahead and get this pulled up properly. That should be showing. Yeah. There we go. Yeah, there we go. Alright, showing up on stream. That's a good sign. Today, we're going to be working more on the animation that I started yesterday. Yesterday, we got all of the blocking for the animated character done, and today we're going to be going through and doing the next level of refinement. Yesterday, we were kind of establishing the key poses and some of the basic timing of the scene, and today we're essentially going to be establishing the paths or the direction that everything goes in exactly, like how the character generally gets from pose to pose. Hello, hello fellow mortals, welcome back to the stream, good to see you guys again. As you may or may not have already noticed, the map does look a little bit different, and that's because it's a different map. I animated or I blocked in the animation for the entire scene in a different map yesterday, but then after the stream, when I was trying to mess with renders and trying to mess with getting everything to load properly and kind of figure out how long it would take to get renders done for that scene, I realized that that map was having some serious issues. I couldn't even really sit in the material viewport without it crashing every 5 minutes. Eventually, I got so sick of it that I just decided to go and see if I couldn't find any other maps. And I did. I found one. This one. Right now it looks a little weird, but if we switch over to the material viewport, you can see it actually looks really good. Now, because of the materials of our Springtrap character here, it's still a little too laggy to actually preview the animation with him like this. So we do have to stay in the solid viewport, I believe is what it's called. But this map, regardless, still renders way easier. Oh, well. Speak of the devil, we got a crash right then. Hey, Green Bean. I checked out Fantasyland. You know, we'll see. It really depends. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Sorry, that was that was quite the coincidental timing for that crash. But I can promise you that this map loads way smoother than the other one does. You still do need to give it a little bit of time, like any proper program. It could also be that I'm live right now. That would also make sense. My computer is doing a lot. Either way, you know, now that I think about it, I think real quick I might change the thumbnail of the stream. It's not bad. But, Oh, still more ads. I still gotta get that ad blocker all sorted out. Oh, no. What's this? Getting a bit of a warning. Okay, that wasn't too bad. Okay, that shouldn't be too much of an issue. Oh, yeah, of course. I wouldn't expect you to. Alright, let's see. Let me just make sure this is all looking correct. Stream seems like it's doing alright. Okay, but I do think I'm going to find a different part for the thumbnail just real quick. But which part to do? Ooh, this could be a fun pose here. Don't worry, this won't take too much longer. Just gotta make sure. I probably should have got this done beforehand, but it won't take too long. There we go. Just change that, turn up the quality. And there we go. We'll see how that does. Oh yes, but kind of like what I was saying before, I have swapped out the map to a map that works much better and will render much better. But because of that, the maps don't quite line up perfectly. They're not the exact same, so some things are a little off. So what I've been doing is going through and repositioning the camera and the Springtrap model to make sure everything lines up properly. I've gotten a good chunk of the way in, because I figured I might as well get a head start on that, you know, just so we can get to the other stuff faster. But this first little bit of the stream will probably be focusing on fixing that. I just put this here. One really nice benefit of this new map is that a lot of these little armatures here of the characters are already rigged. Because the shots are focusing on this guy because this guy is going to be animated, much like the original music video is sort of a little reference to that. Originally, I was going to have to either rig it myself or just animate it in object mode, which isn't impossible, but would definitely be a bit of an ordeal. But in this one, it's already done. It's already ready to go. So that'll really speed things up. There we go. Now I think this one is going to need some serious changes. Sort of bring that back there. And this guy. Oh. That's not what I need. You can just set a new keyframe right back there. And set that one there. Then we'll start here. Oh, shoot, that's not good. Does look like I maybe need to either bring the character in a little more or bring the camera in a little bit more. I'm going to start with the character. That's not too bad. Need a copy over that exposition. That'll be easier. And on this one too. And then finally this one. And this one should also be pretty simple. Start off by just kind of pasting in an approximation. We can adjust it once we actually see how it looks in the motion. And it looks like it can do with a little bit of adjustment. A little back and a little down. Perfect. Well, almost perfect. Just a little bit more adjusting to go. And then at the very least the camera will be all done, and I think SPRINGTRAP will also be ready to go, and then we can really start getting into the refining process. Immediately he's a little off center. Right about there and there. good. And we'll paste that in. Move it forward a little bit. What I might be able to do, I think I can just, like last time, copy this exposition. And then go through fixing it. Not quite. Need a little bit more adjustment than that. I feel like this one probably should have been adjusted a little further. A little bit further than that. Same with this one. Perfect. Nice. Now let's see. Let's go back. Alright, good. There we go. I did see one thing that probably needs a little bit of adjusting. What was it? Yeah, this one feels a little low. Move that in a lot closer. Move this one in a little bit closer. I feel like I should also move it down just a little bit. Like maybe it shouldn't come out as far, just to help punctuate the face a little bit more. I also need to make sure that this stays the same up to here, at least for now. Perfect. Okay, I was worried these adjustments would take a little longer, but thankfully they're pretty simple. Once we get past this, we can really get into the proper refining process. Alright. Glad you could stop by for a little bit and enjoy the stream. See you later. Alright. Okay, so we've now gotten back to the point we were at the end of the last stream, but with a brand new map and some small tweaks to the pose that will be for the benefit. Oh, the benefit of everything. And now we're gonna start properly working on this. Alright, starting with this walk cycle. Now, this isn't going to be the final pass. There's going to be like another pass or two after this one, but first, we need to define the path of the feet more. We're having a small clipping problem. Shouldn't be too much of a problem though. Just need to make some small adjustments. The floor. The floor is raised. That's what the issue is, it seems. Just rise it up so it's level with this floor instead of the other floor. And then copy that Z position and paste it over here. Nope, that's wrong. Unless... Nope. Which was it then? Still not that one. There we go. Alright, at the very least, we now don't have any clipping through the floor with the feet. Oh, turn off that mirroring. You could probably, just line this foot up with that one for this one step, and then it won't be a problem anymore. There we go. There we go. Alright, then this one. There's already a little bit of foot sliding there. So I should start off by making sure that that lines up properly. Just a little bit more. Something like that. And now I just need to go through and make sure that the middle lines up too. Far forward. A little too far back. Still just a little too far back. There we go. I'm still too far forward. Get some weird rotation on the side, seems like. Which rotation is that? There we go. And now for this foot. Great, now it's stuck on the floor. It's the tiniest bit too far forward. There's the in-between. Now let's just make sure that this foot doesn't slide. We're starting to get somewhere. Right about there. And then I just need to rotate the domes. See about there. Ooh, still more ads. Man, I really gotta get those ad blockers ready. Alright. Almost there. Just a little more adjusting. Man, I feel like no matter how much I do this, it just keeps getting farther away. There we go. All these frames do need to be swapped over to that. I'm still not there. What is going on? I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. Something's happening here. Yeah, what? Okay, what? Something is going on. What am I adjusting the wrong thing? What is going on here? There we go, finally. Don't know what I was adjusting wrong there. What I should be able to do, this is the beginning here, and then yeah, I should be able to copy all of those. There we go. We got a little more progress going. Purely in the feet, but still. Getting that foot sliding under control is a very important step. Still not fully refined, but it's far better than what it was. Maybe I should change the title of the stream. Make it something a little more enticing. What did I name my last one? Should look at that real quick. Should probably name it real quick. Just make sure. Don't worry. You can, if you're watching this, after the fact, then you can go back and just skip over this. Doesn't look like there's anyone here live now, anyway. So it'll be fun to make these changes real quick. Wonder if it's a Sunday thing. This stream seems pretty inactive. I know yesterday's stream wasn't as popular as some of the other ones, but yeah, who knows? We'll see. There we go. Maybe that'll suffice. Now, let's see, where were we? We were just trying to get this foot sliding under control a little bit more. Still a little moment there. Just a little farther forward. Just a little higher up. It's definitely too snappy. Like that. That can all be adjusted later on. Oof, man, this foot needs some work here too. So it both needs to be brought up so it's not clipping, and also brought back so it's not sliding. It's like these frames are going to need to be made constant on it too. Oh, now it's sliding back a little bit. Sliding forward. There we go. Not perfect, but still not too bad. Definitely gonna release toes back a little bit more though. Alright. And then at this point, the camera cuts away. So realistically, we can kind of just delete all those. Alright, good. That way we know exactly what we're working with here. Guess I should probably also delete this one back here. Just because it doesn't start moving till here anyways. There we go. Okay. Also, for simplicity's sake, just gonna go ahead and make this frame same as that one, so there's no miscommunication. It's just this segment here. Oh, he moving. Oh, he be moving. You know, purely just looking at those feet in terms of whether or not they're sliding, it's pretty good. There's like, there's still the subtlest pull there, right at the end. Just a little bit more. Alright, there we go. At the very least now, the difference is so small that it's basically imperceptible. Especially considering the fact that, looking at the animation, you can't even see the foot on screen, so it doesn't really matter. we go. That's something. Alright, let's see. Alright, now we can do something similar, but with the hands here. Alright, so that's what that looks like. Just kind of swing back and forth the arms just a little bit more. Seems like the hands specifically, they have just too many keyframes here, probably made when I was trying to clean everything up with the legs. And that's the in-between. Something like that. Well, you know, I might just fully redo these. Might as well. we go. Now they've been cleared. Now we can rework them a little bit. At least I think the keyframe can start here for this. And then we just need to reposition these a little bit. That's that one. Right before. Okay, so it's going right on. It starts on the frame right before it starts moving up. So I gotta do the same here. So right here, there we go, just that. We're gonna select another thing there. We're gonna copy and paste flipped. There we go. Uh-oh, is that some foot sliding I just detected? Jeez, it's a lot. Well, no, I guess the idea is... No, wait, no, yeah, that's foot sliding. Alright, the rotation has been fixed, so now just need a little bit of adjusting to the foot. There we go. Something's not right there. I think I got the timing's a little off. Something there. Hey, the Red Man. Welcome to the chat. Good to see you here. Thank you. I hope you enjoy it. Can't wait to get this done and released. Right now I'm trying to figure out some foot sticking and making sure the feet don't slide around too much. I think I got the timing off on something here though. That's way too fast. And I think Okay. Almost. I think maybe I just need to adjust the timing. Make sure there's no foot sliding, and I think that'll be it. For that, at least. Alright, there we go. It's at least the foot sliding dealt with. Definitely gonna need to adjust the bevels on that one. Go into the graph editor, make the timing a little better because it's a little too snappy. But for now, as just, you know, as just a decent steps that are in sync, on beat, and don't clip or slide, that works. Now the hands, that's what I was working on, is getting that back and forth. Let's see. So it's timed up with each lift. Right before the lift. So about there. What I need to do, I should be able to do, there we go. Alright. And then this one, I'm not actually going to fully see, but it would be something like here, maybe. If I paste that like there. Perfect, alright. But since I don't want any motion to go on past this initial point, I can just sort of delete these ones after setting a key point at the end. There we go. Yeah, well, maybe not. Maybe I'm just an idiot. Oh, right, I see. There we go. Now we're starting to really get somewhere. It's definitely a good cleanup, better organized. Still not how it's going to look in the final render, but not bad so far. I think what I need next are the ears, which have the same kind of too many keyframes already here kind of problem. Foot down there, foot down there. I think what I need to do... Oh, I see. Those are the ones that move it like that. I don't think those ones need to be there. Probably also delete those ones. probably just offset that one by a little bit. Select all of these ones. Well, let me make sure I'm selecting the right bones first. Ear, ear, ear.
They're lining up for me. They're lining up for me. They're lining up for me.
Now let's add just a little bit of bounce back. Bring that down. Bring that up. Bring that down again.
They're lining up for me. They're lining up for me.
There we go. Little touches like that. They really bring an animation together.
They're lining up for me. 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 For me. They're lining up.
Alright. Neck, right? Yep, there we go. Just a little bit of push and pull.
They're lining up for me. They're lining up.
God, I'm trying to get a good angle on this.
They're lining up for me.
And of course, lip sync will all come in time. Hey, welcome back. Good to see you again. Hey, welcome to the chat. I think you're new. Yes, Axel. This model is in fact available through DeviantArt. There are a few versions of it. This particular one was rigged by this user right here, D1GQ. D1GQ.
They're lining up for me.
Alright.
They're lining up for me.
I think one thing I need to do, I'm going to select just this ear on the side here. I'm going to offset that one even more.
They're lining up for me.
There we go.
They're lining up for me. They're lining up for me. They're lining up for me. They're lining up for me.
Line it up over and over and over again. There we go. Offsetting the movement of the ears from the head is a good way of creating some nice, natural kind of like bounce and what's the word? Overlapping action. Yeah. But then by also offsetting the ears from one another, also that adds like another layer of overlapping action. Oh yeah, I definitely recommend it. I've I've looked at a couple of versions of this kind of model. This one, really good. It's got a good balance of controls. It is one of those ones where it's kind of hard to work with in the actual shader viewport whenever you want to look at like the actual solid materials of things like this, because it's just so highly detailed in all the textures and everything, assuming because it's ripped from the game. But considering how you can still see basically all the detail just in the wait, I keep calling them shading viewports. I guess this is more the material viewport. I guess this would be texture, and then this would be like what, solid viewport. Either way, solid viewport, you can still see all the texture and detail you need to work with it, so it's still good. Nice. Alright. Maybe I'll go ahead and do lip sync now, just to get it out of the way. At least for this first part. The default. Let me go ahead and set, yeah, proper default pose. So if that's closed there, then that should be closed there. I'll copy that, paste it at the beginning. Somewhere about there. Alright, yeah. I'm realizing now, now that I've set like the inner and outer mouth right, yeah, I should be able to just need to animate that one. I should be right. There. This usually takes a couple of tries or a couple go-overs, but just kind of feeling it out, working your way through the first time is a good way to start with a good base. Almost. Let's see, how does that look? It's actually pretty good. It's always been pretty fun when it comes to animating animatronic mouths like this. Any characters that have this kind of just open close back and forth thing where you don't really have to worry about articulating individual pronunciation like a regular human. There's different levels of complexity you can do. It's good to still try to find ways of really feeling like, making it really feel like they're still pronouncing the letters to some extent by, controlling how much they open their mouth and how long they maybe hold their mouth closed for certain noises. There's still a lot of control you can have over if it looks right or not. Alright, that's pretty fun. Hey, welcome back. Oh yeah, Axel. Definitely. I don't know about specifically when he walks, but there is going to be some added camera motion, some camera shake, some little bips and bops to go along with the music and everything happening. Right now, I'm mostly just worried about getting kind of like the gist of everything in. Like first, in a previous stream, I went through and I kind of blocked everything out, got the journal idea. This stream, I started off by moving everything to a new map, so I had to kind of readjust everything slightly. But once that was all done, then I could move on to the second pass of the animation, which is kind of making sure the paths, quote unquote, of everything line up. Which part of that so far has been making sure that these feet don't slide too much and adding some decent sway to the arms. But at this point, it might be more entertaining if I just focus on making this first scene as good as I can and then kind of working my way through. Especially since I've already went ahead and already got the lip sync for this first one done. I wonder, if I open this up, could I... the mesh, the individual parts aren't too organized. I can't move those around yet. You can still kind of see the corpse in there moving around too. Alright, good. His hands are gonna need a little bit more of something. First things first, I can add a little bit of back and forth sway to show the wrists kind of dragging behind a little bit. Oh God! Sorry, I tried to sneeze as far away from the mic as I could. Something about that doesn't feel right. I need to readjust these arms a little bit. That's too rotated. Move it back a little bit. Alright, it's not bad. A little bit of extra movement. I'm gonna do the same thing with this hand over here. I need to do the same thing I did with the first hand on the side. Thankfully I already know what it is I need to do. If I could just select the right bone. Drag isn't quite working. The motion is pretty slow, so maybe that's why. It doesn't work quite as exaggerated as it is. Oh, something feels more off. Oh. That's not good. There we go. There we go. It's not too bad. It is a slower motion, so it seems like maybe keeping the wrist sway down a good deal keeps it feel correct. It keeps it... God, can't speak. It's better to keep it subtle whenever it's slow. Oh, looks like I missed some chat. Oh yeah, Prince L. Blender is both amazing and frustrating in so many ways. Once you really figure things out, though, it really gets going. To some degree, though, these kinds of struggles you're going to find in every 3D software you use. Oh wow, I've never heard of someone animating on a PS4. That's crazy. It's impressive. Oh yeah, SFM is a pretty good starter software. Oh yeah, just going back and forth on this walk. Probably gonna spend a while here. Yeah, that makes sense. A little bit of hip movement. You know, the hips do move quite a bit whenever you walk. It makes sense. Add a little bit of back and forth. Yeah, I'll check out your channel at some point. Let's see. This should be. There we go. There's his hips. The old man hips. There we go. This is right before the foot takes off the floor, so find the same point over here. There we go. Now, let me see. Let me find some reference real quick. Make sure I have a walk cycle pulled up just so I know which way things need to be flown. Interesting. Alright, yeah. Always need a refresher on these. Seems like they kind of... The idea is that the hips... They kind of bend away from the leg that's lifting. If I copy, base flip, I'm gonna need this right there. And something doesn't look quite right. Let's just clear these and let's work again. Definitely some gonna need to adjust some timing on the feet here in a sec, but let's focus on these hips real quick. Just a little bit of adjusting. Oh, really? I didn't know we were getting a. I didn't know we were getting the next teaser trailer for the, or the official trailer, I guess, for the FNAF 2 movie. I'm excited for that. That'll be interesting. You know, real quick, it's gonna bother me if I don't do this right now. There we go, let's see how that looks. What also I just realized, I got his neck going back and forth, but I haven't really animated his head doing it. Looks like I keep missing something over here. Oh no, wait, that one's fine as is. Alright, there we go. Focus on the head. Just gotta get that bobbing back and forth correctly, and that'll add a lot. Oh yeah, you know, we're all entitled to our own opinions of the different versions of various characters. We've got so many different versions of Springtrap at this point. Thank you, Axel. I'm glad you like the camera angles. It's been a decent amount of time trying to figure them out, even though we've only really gotten to see one for most of this stream. And the key from there. Alright, perfect. I kind of got those key points there for the head. This one's gonna kind of move up like this. I don't think that's right, but we'll see. Sometimes you get lucky and it's just the simple answer. Nope, alright. Sense following the beat. Now we start adding in the sway back and forth, or up and down, I guess. There we go, there's some more good subtle movement of the head. Now I should probably go ahead and figure out the eyes, make sure that they're tracking correctly the whole time. About there. Oh yeah, we should probably hide that to get a better idea. There we go, that's pretty good. It's the same thing over and over again. got that. I feel like the arms definitely still need some more work. The arms are just kind of moving back and forth. The legs look a little better. They're not too much of a focal point, but I think they're at a decent spot where at the very least they're not sliding around. It's not distracting you. Oh yeah. Facial expressions are very important though. Sometimes you can gloss over them whenever you're, focusing on like the big picture of like this big massive movements of like the character's body, but those facial expressions can be very important, and usually are. And what else feels off? These legs are a little too snappy once they land there. It's like up, snap, and then they just kind of move. And he just kind of locks into place there. It feels like that's definitely the kind of byproduct that you get with working with the IK controls though. I have to work on that. It's the back and forth. That's the big back and forth between IK and FK controls. With FK, you gotta worry about making everything like stick to the ground or walls or everything manually, which is an absolute nightmare. But in exchange, everything flows in really clean, even arcs, which is how 99% of all life moves. With IK, you can easily get things to stick where they need to and get them to stay really easily. Like those feet, I would never have been able to animate them as quickly as I did if it weren't for the IK bones. But now, when I want to try to make sure it feels natural and smooth and follows a nice clean arc, it's going to take a lot more manual work. True. Maybe that's it. Maybe I need to get him to crouch down a little bit more. He kind of comes down, but maybe he's... I have him at the very least, he's leaning forward, but maybe he needs to also physically come down a little bit more. If I can try to get a good side view of him. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe for these frames I'll bring them up just a little bit more. So that's the Z position. Got each of those. Ooh. Yeah, we're starting to get somewhere. Bring this one down a little bit more too. Then thankfully we can just kind of use this global axes. There we go. Okay, yeah, there. Now that's really starting to feel like he's picking himself up every footstep. Ooh, 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 ooh. Feels a little bit more lumbered, which is a good thing in this context. Nice, that was a good catch. That was a real good catch, real helpful. Oh yeah, I got his ears moving a little. Maybe I do need to exaggerate the motion a little bit more. Oh hey, welcome to the chat. Welcome new guy to the chat. Yeah, you are correct. I definitely need to. Now that I kind of got that up and down motion, I definitely need to get a bit of a side to side. At the very least, I know I can rotate the hips back and forth a little bit, but I'm pretty sure there's a bone I can move where I can just get the lower half of the body to kind of rotate in that side to side without having to also rework the head to keep it stable. That should be pretty easy. Oh yeah, Alex. Once we got this good body motion, I've specified the legs a little more, then I'm currently specifying the body, and then I definitely need to go through and specify these arms. You know, these are good, kind of working in layers, bit by bit, bringing out each bit. I think there's so many bones here that control this waist. There should hopefully be one that controls just the lower half. There's that one. That's not too bad, but looking for something a little different. Well, at the very least, I can maybe kind of pair them together. Alright, so hips. Hips, let's see. Let's kind of get some keyframes on all those beats of the song, since everything should be synced up to that. Alright. Maybe, yeah. Maybe giving him a little bit of a drunk guy sway would work. I'll have to see. Yeah, Byteflow, you're definitely coming up with some good helpful tips. Oh yeah, Prince F, if you want to, I highly recommend it. I highly recommend animating. It is so fun, so rewarding. Oh yeah, I hope the PC repair goes well. Oh yeah, maybe. Here, I think, looking at the bones, it looks like, okay, yeah, we kind of got this. Thankfully, it does affect the legs. Oh, what was that? Okay, now that we kind of got all the keyframes, he's moving. It's kind of the precipice. I do have some charts pulled up. Generally speaking, it looks like the waists kind of lean up and back towards the one that's facing, well, the one that's up and back, I guess. Kind of like that. Yeah, that feels right. And if I go here and I copy this pose, should be able to just... well, probably... It's a pretty simple thing to do, so I'm not going to complain about not being able to do that. Up and back. Alright, now let's make sure that those have some ease in and ease in out timing. Works pretty well, but the timing is a little off with the legs. Probably need to go in and add some more keyframes to slow down the movement here and there. Yeah, we got these poses where it's in the middle. That's not too bad. It does feel like it moves a little too early every time, though. Oh, well, there might be an easy solution to this. Not that one. Lines up a little better. Guess you could really go out there with some of these. Oh, wait, maybe I just fully have these in the wrong order. Maybe that's what's going on. Oh, no. That one kind of works. Alright, Bite Flow. It was good seeing you. Thanks for the advice. I'll definitely be rereading through some of those, making sure I'm checking them out. We'll see you next time. Hey, thanks Axel. Thanks for the sub. Hope you enjoyed your time here. Hope everything was good. Hey, wait a minute. Oh no, wait a minute. I just realized my stream my stream elements. Right whenever you mentioned subscribe, I realized my stuff isn't up on screen, is it? That's so weird. Let me check that. God, that's weird. Oh, man. Alright. It's already been long enough. This is a pretty chill stream anyways. It'll be fine. I'll remember that for next time, though. That is so weird. So, yeah, if you want to make between one of the legs upper movement where it stays a bit more in the original position. Make between the legs upward movement where it stays a bit more of the original position. Gives more of a drag. Okay, yeah. So the main bone, the only one that moves SPRINGTRAP entirely, is 100% linear. Try giving some shakes. Oh yeah, okay, maybe. Oh yes, Princell. The inside of his suit is also talking. Yeah, Bite Flow. Thanks for stopping by. It's kind of hard to see, but you can see him talking there. Alright, these hips are giving me a little bit of trouble, but I think they're in a decent spot now. That lines up pretty well. Nah, it feels too off. First one seems like it moves correctly. Maybe if I duplicate that in both directions. I guess I realize this one... No, yeah, this one's supposed to be in the middle. Gonna duplicate that out to there. Something like that, maybe. Hey, Spring, we're animating you today. Welcome to the stream. I'm doing pretty well. Everything's going pretty well, all things considered, you know. Slowly working my way through this first little part of the animation. I'm liking it so far. Made a decent amount of progress. I thought about adding his knife, Axel. I've gone back and forth on it. Currently, I think I'm going to try to just go with him as he is, you know, kind of call back more to FNAF 3. Kind of like find that combination where it's his newest design in his classic location, kind of doing his thing. Hey, Farad. No, you didn't miss too much. Just me working more on stuff. Let's see. Oh wow, look at that. I remember this stream was going pretty slow at first, and I was kind of going back and forth on how long I wanted to go and all this and that. And I remember saying, I was like, 1 hour. Yeah, it feels about right. It feels like this one's going to be a longer one. But hey, look at that. We're just 5 minutes away from hitting the 2-hour mark now. You know, once things really start picking up, once there's people in the chat, it really helps keep you motivated to keep going. Oh, right, yes. I guess I'll explain. So, the room does look different, and that's because it is technically now a different room. So, the map that I was using in the last live stream to animate in was A decent map. It was a direct pull and slightly edited version of the Help Wanted version of the FNAF 3 map, and it worked. It worked pretty well. It looked decent. There were no lights in the area, but you know it worked all right, at least for the animation. But after the stream, I decided to try and do some test renders. You know, try to do some test render images to see what the textures and everything were going to look like, and I found that the render times were insane. And also, I couldn't really move around or do anything in the material viewport because it was so slow and so laggy. And I was like, this isn't gonna work. Something's going on. So I went back and forth, tried optimizing things, tried messing with things, but the map just was not budging, and it kept causing Blender to crash. Eventually, I went online and I found someone else's map, and I was like, oh, this one's still pretty popular. I'll check this one out. And this one, looks great. Has already a whole bunch of like default built-in lights that I can use as a base, and it runs so much smoother, and my computer's only crashed once because of it, which is a new record for these maps. Yeah, so we're working in a new map. So if you do go back and ever watch the beginning of the live stream, you'll see the first chunk of this live stream was me finishing up repositioning everything, you know, trying to rework the camera positions a little bit and rework Springtrap's positions a little bit to get it synced up with a slightly new environment. It wasn't anything too out there or too crazy, thankfully, because, you know, very similar layout, but there were still minor adjustments that had to be made throughout the entire thing. But now that that's done, we've been working on proper detail. The next step of proper detail in all the animation. Most of it is still just in the layout phase, but right now we've made considerable progress on the first scene right here. It's going pretty well so far, but I'm definitely struggling with these hips right now. That's the big thing. I've been trying a few different methods to try and get them to feel right. I kind of have this default movement in on them right now, but I'm not sure. I think part of the problem is it's only the hips. The body itself isn't moving at all. Sadly, the one critique I do have with this this model is it has no entire like lower body waist system movement, which isn't like anything too crazy. It's a pretty specific control that I want, but still. Now I just want to go through and delete some of these unnecessary extra frames just to make sure the hips and body here match up in that sense. Same with this. Wondering if maybe I rotate this one like this. And this one, no, that's not gonna work. Huh. So if you rotate that one, then you rotate that one, that's kind of what you get. Alright. What I think I would need to do is rotate this, then rotate this, and maybe move the entire model off to the side. No. Let's clear that out for now. to do, what to do. Hey, Spring, thanks. Thanks for the compliments. Glad to see it's enjoyed so far. Now, how to move it?
They're lining up for me. They're lining up for me. They're lining up for me. They're lining up for me.
Well, maybe first off, let's do something a little more simple. Oh, wait here. First, actually, let me check the waist. Oh, this could be what I need. Wonder if I sort of rotate the whole thing this way and then position it that way. Then I could probably rotate this one to be standing up normal again. Does that feel right? Does that feel any different, really? Well, his body's moving a little up. So now, I'm going to rotate that way, move in this way, and then rotate this one this way.
They're lining up for me. They're lining up. They're lining up. They're lining up for me. They're lining up for me. They're lining for me.
All right. Now I just got to make sure I have these right bones selected. Copy that. Paste that over there, I believe. Let's see.
They're lining up for me. They're lining up for me. They're lining up. They're lining up for. They're lining up for. They're lining.
Something about that feels a little off. Don't worry. There's a good chance I add lyrics to this, but if I do, it'll definitely be in the the editing program outside of the animation itself.
They're lining up for me. They're lining up for me. They're lining up.
Let's see, is this timed correctly? The body does that when it leans to the side, then it goes down to normal where there's nothing, and then we go up. Definitely feels more natural in the body. Didn't really realize it, but the body did feel just a little stiff before. But now it feels like the whole body is properly moving. I think I can do one more thing. Let's see which one of these. what I need to do next is add in a little bit more of a down and up with the body itself here. Nothing too drastic, just a little bit of an adjustment in either direction. There we go. Arms still feel a little weird, but now that we've adjusted the legs a little bit and we've fully adjusted the body quite a bit, we can really start moving on to that. There we go. I think the reason the hips felt a little off was because they were missing the context of the rest of the body reacting with them. Oh, it looks like I missed a little bit of chat. Breakdancing is probably one of the most difficult things to animate in the world. I might have to try it out someday, but jeez, I couldn't imagine. Hey Spring, yeah. That's alright. If you gotta go, you gotta go. Hopefully. I should hopefully be streaming for the next 2-ish hours, yeah. That's the current plan. Hey Jason, hey, welcome back. No, yeah, I'm still making a little bit of background progress on the game, and I definitely still plan on streaming it here soon. I just knew that I also wanted to work on some quick, easy projects that I could post to the channel as well, and this animation idea came to mind, so I figured I'd try streaming this a little bit, see how it goes. I did yesterday, the stream went alright. I figured I'd try again today, see if it's similar results, or maybe a little better, a little worse, see exactly what happens. But don't worry, soon I'll be streaming more game development. Oh, don't worry, Ferret. I've already got this animation planned out. We've already got the building blocks. Yeah, fair. I already know what I'm animating right now. I'm not gonna just switch over to something else. Hey, Bad Times, welcome back. Glad to see you can make it. Thanks, Jason. Appreciate all the love. But yeah, we're making good progress. I like being able to spend this much time on a single shot. Normally, I probably would have already been done with this with a lot less little details and stuff and little adjustments, just because I knew that I would need to get something out soon. But considering the fact that I now am streaming all this, I can take my time a little bit more, you know, because I'm still technically making content while making content. Yeah, this is feeling pretty good so far. Feels like a proper walk cycle now, at least. Gonna need to make some serious adjustments to the hands now, though. For one, I'm gonna need to animate the fingers kind of moving around a little so they don't feel so stiff. But first, I want to get the sort of key movements down. I don't know what it is. Something just feels a little off about them. I mean, I guess it is what I want. Maybe it's just the fingers. I'll start with the fingers and we'll go from there. Start off with something not too crazy, just some basic finger movement. I didn't realize those were so close to that keyframe there. Let me see if I can't just select some of these hand bones. Man, so many little tiny bones to select. Also need to make sure I deselect these. Ugh, God, man, camera, please work with me. Try to accidentally delete anything that messes up the animation itself. Okay, it looks like we're good. Right, yeah, if we keep posing on, then again mirror posing, then we'll only need to pose one hand for now. Considering the motion is pretty simple for what we're doing, and is going to be pretty similar on both sides. Yeah, we can just do a little bit of a back and forth with him. Yes, I'm making content while making content. Content and content, you know. Talked before in some of the other streams about shelves on shelves, shelves for your shelves, tables for your tables. I'm making content about my content for content. Content on content on content. Hey, thanks, Axel. I'll see you another stream, hopefully sometime. See you sometime later. I'm hoping this comes out well too. I did release another FNAF themed 3D animation as like the last animated thing posted to my channel, so I hope this can be a fun little step up. Yep. Sorry to everyone who's in chat. This clip from this song is gonna be buried in your head for forever. Anytime you listen to it, it's gonna sound so weird, and you'll probably never want to listen to the song again. That's the struggle of an artist. Alright. We start off with the base fingers. Just a good starting point. Oh, Look at that. See, so I did miss some. Make sure I do the same thing here. Alright, good. Those ones aren't missed. Let's see. Beginning, beginning. Beginning, beginning. Beginning. I can start off by just going through and adding keyframes to all of the beats of the song, since that's where everything lines up. For the up frames, I can just widen out the fingers. With local rotation, yeah, I should be able to just... Oh, wait, no, that's not... It's not working as intended. What if I said it's normals? No. Gizmo? Nah. Oh well. I could just do them individually. Just a little bit out. Just make them like that. Paste it one more time. If you do just a small rotation, then it'll snap to the other side and properly mirror. It's the trick when it comes to copying and pasting mirrored poses. Yep. Cabinet, cabinets, table, tables. All of it. Sorry about that. The song's gonna be stuck in your head for a while, Jason. Nothing we can do about it now other than continue to embrace it. Alright. Yeah, that should be good there. Let's see, what does that adjustment look like? Oh, honestly, I was worried it wasn't going to be visible at all, but it's somewhat visible. Let's hide that. Ah. I feel like I'm not seeing it on the other hand like I'm supposed to be. adjust this one again just a little bit more. And then I can just kind of do the opposite. Or instead, I'll rotate inward slightly. Just rotate back towards the hand into the palm. Then I'll just select all those, copy. If I paste, adjust, paste, adjust. Let's see how that works. Let's see how that works. That's a good little touch. That works decently well. Definitely makes the hands feel a little bit more, what's the word? Non-static, I guess. That works. Makes them feel a little more lively. Oh yes, Blue Freddy. I don't know why his texture here is blue. Maybe just to help him stand out a little bit more, but he is blue for now. Music, man. It's the music, man. I love the music, man. Oh yeah, it's the music, man. Then I'm going to select all of these hand bones and keep making sure that I deselect everything except the hands. And if I hide, it's a little good trick. If you want to make sure you're selecting the bones that you want to have selected, just press H to hide them and see which ones hide and which ones don't. That way you can automatically know which ones are and aren't selected. I'll then move those a little more forward. There we go. That feels a little bit more real. That's quite good. I think we're almost done with this first shot, actually. Almost. We're almost there with that one. Music Man. $18.10, wow, that's almost an impossible time. Oh yeah, military time. I always kind of forget about that, but yeah, military time. Oh yeah, don't worry. There's a whole lot more. Like we've been animating this first segment right here. We've still got all of that. I just flashed up on screen for a sec. And all of this stuff is just blocked in like this. Yep. But still, all things considered, we've made good progress on this shot. Things are looking pretty good. Things are looking pretty good. Oh yes, don't worry, that still exists. It's buried somewhere in here. There it is. There we go. He's still smacking himself, even if he's in a new environment. And pretty soon that'll look just as refined as this. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Oh yeah. He's just so ashamed to have to be here again. It's me smacking myself in the face when I realized I have to swap out the entire map for this animation to a different one. But it didn't take that long. Let's see, what are we at? 2.5 hours? Alright. Alright, for now I think that's good. I think we've finished this first shot. Alright, now it's time for something a good bit different. Thankfully, it's already rigged for us to use. I can probably go ahead and just select all, that'll make things easier. There we go. See here, I should probably real quick go and make sure that I have the original video pulled up, just so I can make sure I know what the lyrics are, so I know what I'm lip syncing to. Once I have that up, then it'll make that a lot easier. This seems like it's going to be... I mean, overall, the animation of this particular segment is going to be pretty simple. It's a pretty small little area. There's not a whole lot to animate. But it's going to be a lot of back and forth trying to make sure that the lip sync still feels right with how fast the song is going. Hey, Jason. Yeah, that's alright. See you in the next stream. Hope to see you again. Nice. Oh, yeah. As a... oh, yeah, old school YouTube poops. They definitely do that kind of thing. Now, let's see. Looking through the lyrics... 'Cause you know we love a show. Yeah, okay, that's the line. 'Cause you know we love a show. Maybe I'll start with just the mouth, and then we can do the head afterwards. There we go. There we go. Alright. Something like that. That's not bad. At least as a base. There we go. That's a good chunk of it. Still gonna need to do some adjustments. we got something coming along from that. Favorite type of cheese? I don't know. It really depends. If I'm having a burger, then I like cheddar. If I'm having a sandwich, then I can't remember what it's called. Nothing too crazy. You know, I'm not the most refined of cheese palates, but I like a good cheese. There we go. Something I feel like I should do. I'm gonna paste that in to make it stay still for a little bit longer. There we go. Let's just clear out some of these, maybe. Nice. And then this, I guess I didn't really think about it, this also needs to be done that same way. What I might be able to do is just delete these and then, oh no, so I can't do that. Hey, thanks for the sub. Let's see, Cage Hobbies? Sorry, I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Thanks for the sub, though. I did notice my my alerts weren't on screen. Normally, the latest sub and latest tipper are always on screen, even if there's nothing there. I'm glad to see that you were able to get that to pop up. Thanks for the support. It means a lot. Something I might do. If I were to delete that object, how would it look? I mean, that works, I think. I think that's that scene, that second scene, pretty much done. And that's a pretty quick one. I mean, I figured it would be quick. That's why I didn't really bother going through and starting the animation on these things beforehand. Now I'm really glad because I ended up changing the map and I wouldn't have had these guys anyways. So that was a good save on progress and time from pure luck, but also I knew I was just going to end up doing it real quick anyways. Okay, so now we got the first two shots together done. There we go. Nice. already moving back to this guy. I guess I should, no. I'll refine the camera movements after the character animation. Go back and make sure I get all of those done. It's probably not going to be a whole lot anyways. Maybe. I thought about that a little bit, but they're not built in, so if I do make the eyes glow, it'll probably need to be added after the fact. But we'll see that. Hey, Levi, welcome back again. Stream's been pretty casual so far. We're at, let's see, we're at about the 2:40 mark. We're coming up on the 3-hour mark. That's pretty good. I think that's where it's about where I tapped out last time. Well, let's see if I can keep going. At the very least, I might as well go ahead and get a kickstart on this third little scene. Overall, at least on the surface, it seems pretty simple. But there's a lot more going on under the hood for this, or there's going to need to be. The thing with 2D animation, you can kind of let the characters kind of mellow out, just kind of sit there, go still for a while, you know? The character in 2D animation can stand perfectly still and it won't look that weird. Of course, if they're standing still for too long or there's nothing else to look at, then yeah, it's going to look kind of weird. But all then you really have to do is maybe animate them blinking a little bit, and you'll be fine. Ooh. But for 3D, those little character moments where you're mostly standing still, just looking or doing something simple, those can be pretty difficult. Because you got to make sure you animate all the little micro movements that a human would normally do. Ooh, sorry, just taking a moment, stretching my leg a little bit, trying to stand. And sitting for so long all these days in a row is really starting to get to my legs. Alright, so I think first things first, we're going to add a little bit of little lag for the character's movement right in the middle of this. Hands, nope, don't need the posing, or the mirror posing. Kind of move the hand in a little bit. Just a little bit more. Rotate just a little bit more. Kind of animate them moving back. He moves it. Well, no, should insert a keyframe, and then he moves in on that frame a little bit more. Slightest bit of overshoot. Now, need to animate the fingers a little bit. I'm inhaling my own saliva a little bit there. That's never good. Oh, looks like I gotta fix this a little bit. Copy that. Wait, check. Okay, good. It's all the right bones. Paste that clenched fist there. There we go. Yeah, maybe the body movement was a little too much too quickly. Let's try deleting that one. Move it into here. That feels a little better. What do they want? Right where they want. Right where they want. Just over and over again. Endlessly. A part of me. Music. So much. So much. Got the little extra hand movement. The fingers are moving properly. Got a little bit of body movement to help sell the arm coming up a little bit. Head's now moving decently well. That's a pretty handy trick, I remember. Easy way of helping to keep the model from going completely still for long periods of time. You can just kind of find these long breaks here where, like, the hand, for example, just kind of stays perfectly still this whole time. So if you kind of go right in the middle of where it is, maybe just the tiniest bit of rotation and the tiniest bit of movement. I don't know, maybe that was too much already. Grand scheme of things, I guess this is a pretty quick scene, so in order to make it a subtle movement, it needs to be so soft, though. There we go, though. Perfect. Well, perfect. Perfect for what that specific part needed to be. Hey, Mr. Frogman. That's pretty much exactly what it is. A very short one, just a segment of a song. You know, nothing too long. Something I could make in a reasonable amount of time. Now I just need to add a little bit of extra bounce to the fingers. And then they open up. Okay, I can start off by selecting all of these. See, hide. Alright, that proves that those are the right ones. Set a new keyframe there. For this, they open up, so they're going to need to open up more. There we go. Let's just try to select them all again. Deselect the hand there. Good, good, good. Maybe I'll move it so they fully open up right about there. Something like that. I'll put that more in the middle. Alright, that's a lot of it done. That's something I like about these little personal close-up shots, you know, instead of having to try to like go through meticulously, slowly animate an entire armature bit by bit, making sure every part is just right while also being accurate to the environment. You can kind of just hyperfixate on putting all these little details into these small specific areas. Feels great. Yeah, I'm glad you're liking it so far. I think next up should be this. Yeah, alright. I realized I could probably... let's see. I'm gonna select both of these. Copy. I'll copy again just to be sure. I feel like I should probably go through and just do this the whole way. I've got this nice default pose position. That's proper setup for the lip sync. I just move that all the way through. That's good enough. I'll worry about the lip sync later. For those parts at least. But now I can do this. Okay. There we go. A little bit of lip sync for the next part anyways, but considering it's still a part of this like kind of transitional bit. Yeah, oh yeah, I forgot I need to do the whole spin around part, but at least this time. Man, considering the fact that a lot of this first part is barely even visible, you know, it's gonna look good. I want to test out something. This is what that looks like. I'm gonna go ahead and do a quick test render. Keeping in mind that I don't have any of my own environmental lights set up or anything, this is purely just going off of the default lights in the environment. Let's see what it looks like. Ooh. It's pretty dark, but... Oh, right. Ugh, I don't know why this... the Blender has a weird rendering system. You close the render once, you can never open it again. I guess. I can't look at that for some reason. It looked simple, you know. If you saw the old thumbnail, you kind of know what it looked like. Let's see the full context so far. Alright. Kinda got this first half of that one pretty much done. Even got good settling. Now we kind of need to work on getting the body moving into another pose. He's probably going to kind of like bring himself back and kind of push forward, kind of moving in a down then upward arc position as he's kind of swinging himself around, probably pivoting on one foot, on the left foot most likely. So keeping those physics in mind, let's see what we can do. It's probably going to be relatively simple. Once we kind of figure out the gist of it, then the details will come really easily. Oh, yes, I made sure to put the name of the song in the title of the stream just in case. It's called Hat Trick by, I believe, JT Music. They make a lot of FNAF fan music kind of stuff. I think the song's relatively catchy. This part definitely stands out as like the best part of the entire song, and they don't really use it again. But it's still a decent song. I recommend it. You know, it's nothing too crazy or too insane, but it's still quite enjoyable. Hey, yeah, I was wondering. I figured some of you guys would probably recognize him. They've made a lot of the classics. I don't always listen to all their songs, but they've got a couple of bangers from back in the day that I still jam out to every so often. I just hope they don't. I mean, I figured they're also YouTubers making indie music. I figured they wouldn't mind if I use their music in a stream just for a little animated project, and hope they don't take down my entire channel for it. Right where they want. So I don't want to do that too much, but that's usually my main way of just constantly scanning an animation, seeing if anything feels right or wrong. Just kind of go glazed-eyed and just watch it over and over and over again. That little bit over and over, seeing what feels right, what feels wrong, what could be adjusted. Ah, interesting. Whew. Now, let's see. Alright, so for this pose, kind of just goes straight into another prep pose. So we should probably go like right here in the middle and kind of bring him down. He's arcing into it properly. I realize I might need to do is add a little bit more of a prep. Or sort of... no. Here, if I bring that back, bring the whole thing back a little bit. If I rotate this, that's a little shaky, literally. Okay, let's undo some of that. Yeah, that's not gonna work. So many little things. He just gets there so quickly. I mean, I gotta find a way to add in enough little bits of detail to kind of justify it. But they wanna, just over and over again. Hey, Spring. No, don't worry. You didn't miss too much. We got a couple of small little shots animated, but we're still in the. Oh man, we're still in the same kind of general area. Yeah, nothing too crazy. Maybe I'll sort of... you can sort of bring these feet forward maybe a little bit. I mean, no, you're not even going to see the feet. There's no point in animating them. I think if I move this character back a little bit. I deleted something important at some point, so we got our guys sliding a little bit. Let's see, there's supposed to be this. There we go. Bones hidden in between the floorboards. I definitely need it right now, though. Or, well, no. I think I'm supposed to use this one instead. There we go, that's kind of working. Now let's just... something like this. Let's see. Right, it's all those right frames, 178. There we go, okay. We're getting there. Definitely still need some good adjustments, some tightening, some detailing, but we're starting to actually get a bit of a decent little turnaround there. Oh yes, this wannabe is gonna be like buried in our brains for at least a week, I'd say, maybe even more. Hey, Tenebris. Welcome back to a little pop-in. We're doing pretty good. We've moved on to the next part. We've got several little sections down at this point. You can kind of see what we're working on there. Just this little segment here. almost there. On a bay, pretty much. Ah yes, bones hidden in the floorboards. Yeah, we've all got a couple of those, you know? Both in 3D software and in real life, I'm sure. Yep, I got that in mind. I've been using those arrow keys a decent bit. Oh yes, definitely. It's gonna be the bear there for a while. Especially for me, I've gotta work on this even more outside of streams. This whole opening segment is basically done. I haven't needed to touch this in a while. And now that there's more time given to the proper turnaround, this feels pretty good. Kind of need to take a page out of the walk cycle book. We need to bring this character down a decent bit more to kind of imply a big old step. Oh, that was an accident. Select all those. Level. Hopefully that'll kind of automatically correct a few things. There we go. So for this one, kind of bring it back like that. Gonna bring that down. And he comes back up. No, that's too many. Almost. If we move it forward a little bit more there. No, don't want that. Should go ahead and add a little bit of a head bob head movement. I think that'll definitely shake it up a little bit. think the other thing is this comes way too quickly. We need to give it more time to go back. There we go. That spreads that out a little bit more. Just a little bit more time. I always need a little bit more time. A little bit more time never hit nobody. Let's see. Again, but you want to be. This is gonna be a week. Oh yeah. No, don't worry. For this part, this particular shot, the legs aren't the legs aren't really gonna be animated at all. For this little segment here at the window, they're completely invisible. Invisible? Not they're not invisible, but they're not visible. I guess that's the right word. Yep. Alright, dinner boys. Thanks for popping in. Hope to see you in another stream. Have a good rest of your day. Hey, chatter. Hey, welcome to the chat. You're looking at the makings of a new animation. That's what you're looking at. Just we're working on this little segment here. There we go. Now it feels like there's enough there's a little bit of enough of a back step and a bit of a preparation before going into the turnaround that it feels proper. That feels good now. There we go. And now in total, for any new viewers, this is what we got so far. Oh, there's the cutoff. This shot, I don't think it's going to be that difficult. I already kind of know what's going to need to happen. Perfect. Let's see, where are we at? Right here. Alright. And then the camera is still a little stiff. The camera positions and like the movements and stuff are mostly figured out, but I'm definitely going to need to go through and kind of mess with the curves a little bit, maybe give the camera a little bit of a subtle shake throughout just to give it a little bit more of a natural feel. But I'm going to do all that after the characters. Oh, yep, you are. I forgot. Let's see. Let's do a little check-in. How long have we been going now that we finished that part? Let's see. We're clocking in just under 3.5 hours. Alright, that's good. We've pushed past where we were in the last stream by a good half hour or so. Oof. I just tugged on my headphone cord. I almost just ripped my cord out of my computer. I almost just ruined my headphone jack. Ugh. Yeah, that would have been bad. Whew. But anyways, let's see. The ears are now visible again, so I'm gonna need to make sure I go through and animate those with some good overlapping action. But that's fun. That's the fun part. It's simple. It's easy. I know how to do it. I know when it looks good, and it adds so much. For this first part, there's not too much that needs to be done. Immediately what comes to mind is I should bring up the head. I can break back down the eyes. I think for this one, yeah, this one's already mirrored, so I might as well just turn the mirror back on. No, keep rotating the wrong bones. There we go. I hope this was created as a proper keyframe like it was supposed to. But I didn't forget that. And a lot of it is really going to come down to the after segment. You need to add a lot of good bounce back after the fact and some good settling to fill in that empty space. Dang, still more ads. I really need to get one of those ad blockers set up. I just keep forgetting, and when I remember, I'm like, I'll do it later, and then I forget again, and then I'm streaming, and then I realize, dang, I wish I just did it one of those times I thought about it. And it's an endless loop of never getting anything done on time. Hey, Levi, that's alright. Glad you could pop in for a little bit. Stream's not gonna last like an insane amount longer anyways. We're hitting the 3.5 hour mark. I'm glad you could stop by for a little bit, enjoy some stream time. You know, this stream's going alright, you know? All things considered. Wasn't sure how to expect this one. The last one definitely, the last stream definitely was a little slower and a little less grandiose compared to like the programming streams, but still good, you know. And I mean, regardless, every stream is still bringing in a lot more watch time than any of my individual videos, so I'm definitely gonna keep streaming. So now there's a little bit more of a proper path to it. The hands kind of drag back, the fingers come in, the head takes longer to come down, the eyes stay locked on the camera though. Oh wait, here, yeah, I gotta move these ones down here too, just a little bit. Let's start off by putting put a frame about there, and then we'll make some adjustments and see how they look. Start off with the overshoots. Make the arms and just body parts in general move farther in the same direction they were already traveling in. Let's see. Just a little bit more. There we go, something like that. And then the head. bring down a little bit. And then the eyes will bring up a little bit. In fact, I could bring the entire body down a little bit to really add to the motion of the ocean. See, where is that waist? There's another bone that's supposed to be here. Maybe it's just not visible from the angle. There it is. I should be able to just... yeah, there we go. That makes it visible. Right down there. Gonna move them down a little bit. And see, look at that. A little bit of a bounce. Just those two keyframes, adding just that little bit of extra motion, adds so much. It's not done yet, but it's definitely a good, helpful start. Up B, up B, up B, up B, up B, da D. Just that over and over again, pretty much. Alright. The ears can actually probably... no. Let's keep up with the main body first, and then we'll worry about the ear specifics later. Should probably add in one more point and actually make this subtle another overshoot, but a much softer overshoot continuing in the other direction. There we go. It's just a subtle way of bringing it back a little further. Oh, that's too much. Just the tiniest bit of motion up. There we go. There we go. Now that's some serious subtle. To take it to a farther degree, what I can actually do is select these bones specifically. And then I'm going to drag them out to delay them. That's a whole new level. This particular motion, I think, works really well at being snappy. And now I think I can go ahead and look at these ears. And like here, they should be more up like this. And then here they should be more down. It's a good starting point. Then I should probably do the same thing here that I did with the arms. And separate them. That doesn't feel quite right. Oh, wait, that's wrong. This should be down like that. And then back up, and then back down. There we go. Something felt a little weird there. That looks a lot more right. Love it when it just clicks like that sometimes. There's just something that's not quite right that's keeping it from feeling right, and you don't know what it is, and you just mess with something, and you eventually find the right thing, you switch it, and then boom, it just clicks. Spring, kind of. Not really specifically this. Currently, I'm kind of just streaming every day for as long as I can, you know, until I eventually get so burnt out and so unable to do it that I have to force myself to cut back and create a proper schedule. But for now, I figured I'd just, you know, stream at least a little bit every day, if possible, you know. Unless something like happens or something big is going on, then of course I can't stream, but if I got the time for it, then I'm going to make sure I do it, sort of thing. I've got that game that I've been working on. I've did a couple of streams for. I think I started off by doing a Dead by Daylight stream, just as a way to ease in. You know, I figured gaming would be an easier way to get in than art, at least just starting out. And that one did alright. That was a good starting stream. Then I did like 3 streams in a row working on game development. And then I was like, well, I also need to work on animations for the channel, because a game is going to take forever to come out, so I'll just spend like another 2 or 3 or however many streams working on that. And I'll probably go back and forth, try a few things. I would love to do more gaming streams, you know. At first, I've done 2 of them at this point. Neither of them did very well. But now that I've got a bit more of an audience, you know, now that I've got some reoccurring viewers through you guys coming back in, you know, I could definitely see myself trying it out again, you know. A B, just over and over and over again, yeah. More and more things that are just going to get burned into our brains. Oh, that's alright, Farrad. Welcome back. You didn't miss too much. We made a little bit of progress. We kind of got this first chunk is almost done. Right now we are working on this little bounce. And this part I was actually pretty excited to animate this little segment, and it's pretty simple. And I'm almost done with it at this point. It's one of the snappiest parts of the entire animation, I believe. We watched that full little turnaround all at once. Yeah. Right where they wanna be, yeah. Right where they wanna be, yeah. Over and over again. Oh, might have saved too quick. Okay, there we go. Thought we were gonna get a crash there for a second. Just scrubbing through a timeline halfway through an animation. I feel like every animator does that. You know, you take a second, take a breather from your animation, you just sit there for like a minute, just in silence, just... Every animator. I can say that pretty confidently. Ah, don't worry, Spring. I'm keeping myself in check, you know. If I'm really starting to like feel it and I really need to, then I'll cut streams a little short. I know yesterday I knew I was going to be busy, so I cut my stream short at about 3 hours. But today I didn't want to like allow myself to just be like, oh yeah, sure, I'll cut at 3 hours again. So I really wanted to see if I could push past 3 hours, and I mean, hey, we're about to hit 4, and I feel the same. So knowing that I can still do that, I really want to try to maintain doing like 4-hour streams a day. From what research I've done, that seems like that's a pretty good like standard point where if you're like a 4 hour stream is like a pretty good in terms of length, not like professional levels or full time levels, of course. You know, I don't have unless I'm actually making like an insane amount of money from my YouTube and streaming career. I can't justify doing any more than like 5 hours. But the fact that I'm doing these 4 hours every day, I think is what's really helping keep it up. Oh yeah, bad times. Just a little bit, not like a full on break where like I've stopped working on the game altogether. I actually did a little bit of work yesterday after stream in the afternoon, just brainstorming stuff. But you know, I'm just trying to keep myself from burning out by kind of jumping between projects while still making sure I am making progress on all of them, you know. Don't want to start too many things and get none of them done, but I also don't want to commit myself to one thing and then burn myself out and never finish it either. Fair, and I'm not doing that. I'm already working on an animation project right now. Yeah, of course. Thankfully, I mean, I love Spring. I love animation just in general. It's so I'm so passionate about it. Of course, I mean, I can still get burnt out, and it can still feel like more of a chore sometimes when I know I need to get something done. But at the same time, I love it. And just seeing like this little bit of progress, like every time I finish a segment and I get to watch another string of it all together come full circle, it feels great. So I'm able to keep myself motivated pretty well. Plus, besides, so I've got so much going on in the real world right now that I can't really do much of anything. I've got all the time on my hands, pretty much. Oh yes, sometimes we all get those spastic movements. I mean, all things considered, we've made pretty considerable progress this stream. And yeah, I think that's this shot done now. Alright, one more time. Real quick, we'll see it all the way through as is. Just to see what we got. Oh, wait. I should probably turn that off. Well, and that's it. I'm a little worried about this segment. I mean, I like it, but something about it feels a little off. I don't know what. I think it's the head movement. The head movement, maybe. I don't know. Cause you know we love the show, ooh ah, cause you know you love the show, ooh ah, cause you know you love the show, ooh ah. Just endless. Alright, anyways, let's go on. We got, speaking of this guy, we've got this next part to do. Go ahead and set. Go ahead and set another keyframe here. I can pretty confidently say I'm not gonna use any of these other scene bones to animate anything other than the one for this character over here, so I can probably just go and hide all of those. That'll make things a lot easier. Set some instant keyframes there. Kind of move things back to a decent-ish standard point. Yeah, see if I can adjust that a little bit. Oh yeah, another instance of me needing to go back and see what exactly the lyrics of this part are. Where you lead us, we'll follow. That's what it says. At the very least, just knowing the lyrics will really help me hear it correctly. More like, where you lead us, we'll follow. They really focus on that O at the end. Start off with just the mouth, and then we'll work off of that. Yes, we'll. We'll. Fall. Yeah. See, it's just, it's so quick, but it doesn't feel right. Oof. God, this is just getting more and more rough. Hey, Spring. Yeah. See you next time. Thanks for joining the stream as long as you did. It was great having you here. Good back and forths. See you for the next stream. Should be tomorrow. Yeah, something like that. That would be pretty entertaining. Love those kind of like similar sounding things. What's that called? That like trick in your brain where you can hear the same sound multiple times, but depending on what you're told it says, your brain will change it to whatever you think it is. It's interesting. It's an interesting phenomena. I might go for just more of like a pattern thing where the mouth kind of moves in the same amount over and over again. It actually works. Oh, that's so much better. Hell, I might even need to go back and do that same process over here. There we go. So yeah, that already looks so much better. I guess that's the difference. When it comes to those really quick movements like that, instead of actually trying to time it up perfectly and get that weird frame spasm, just go with a very quick, repetitive back and back, and your brain will kind of fill in the gaps. Now we just gotta animate the head moving properly. This time I'll actually move the right bone. That'll be just like a little bit of movement. Shouldn't be too complex. Probably, eventually. Everything devolves to Tom Holland. Greatest kept secret in all of science. Everything leads back to Tom Holland, believe it or not. Gonna paste that in there. We're gonna add a little bit of a bounce. There we go. Nice. Alright. I think that's good. Let's see what we got.
They're lining up for me, right where they wanna be. What's up?
And there we go. Now we're getting into the more complex stuff here coming up soon. And by coming up soon, I mean immediately the next thing that's happening. Go back to our springboard man. Love looking down and seeing how dense all the keyframes now are. Make sure that's saved. So up to this point, it's 259 out of 544 frames. Yeah, let me see, what is that? If it's 544 frames in total, and we've now gotten the first 258 technically. 258 done. It's 286 left, so we're still not quite halfway. But considering we got almost half of it done in this stream, well, done, quote unquote, you know, the general animation. There was the first layout that was already done, and I had to do a bunch of tweaking at the beginning of the stream, but now we're doing like the bulk stuff. Well, who knows? Who knows where everything started or where everything ends? It all leads back to everything. Alright, let's see. That feels like a pretty good spot. We just finished that thing, and then it's cutting to the next area. What do you... Hey, yeah. Okay, we've just passed the 4-hour mark. I think I think that's gonna do it. We got a full 4-hour stream this time around. That was a lot of fun. We made a lot of progress today. I feel pretty happy with what we got done. There's definitely some good motivation to force myself to get quite a bit of work and this animation made. Whew, man. I don't know about you guys where you are, but it is ripe for lunchtime about now where I am. So I'm gonna finish up this, give you guys some chance to say any final thoughts you have, and I'm gonna skedaddle. I'm gonna leave you for some food. But I'm happy with the progress we made. So much done. I know if I was working on this when I wasn't streaming, you know, I probably would have gone back and forth, been distracted half the time, gotten up like 40, 50 times to do whatever. But I didn't. This time I stayed focused. To some degree at least. But yeah, I guess that'll be it. Hope you guys enjoyed. Check out some of the other VODs if you haven't seen them. It'd be great support. Thanks for tuning in while I was live, and I'll see you guys tomorrow, hopefully. Bye-bye. God, I gotta come up with something else. I can't just keep instinctively stealing Markiplier's thing.